No, no, l'ho già scaricato stamattina perché magari mi serve, ma non l'ho usato. Cioè, questa è la scadenza che viene fuori. Sì, quindi non ci viene fuori. No. Dopo che sia. Però a volte funziona. Come spegnere e accendere il computer.
Okay, this is our first presentation.
Yes, I'm going to make like a small presentation.
Okay, but we need to project something.
No.
Okay.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Alejandro Segura. I'm going to manage this session with Francesco Sica, who is connected from Rome. And we are going to have two sessions, that one now, and then another one at 4 p.m. in 2 hours, more or less. This session is called Traffic 2026, and the name is From Structural to Transformative Change of City Environment, Challenges, Solutions, and Perspectives. We will talk about urban transformation, about indicators to make better decisions in urban challenges. We are going to talk about sustainability, about how to evaluate the prices of companies related to urban challenges and real estate challenges. So we are going to have different topics related to urban and real estate, and I hope you will enjoy. Here we have Francesca Fariello, who is going to start this session with decision support for urban regeneration through a territorial criticality index, with Pierluigi Morano, Marco Lepurcio, Maria Rosaria Guarini, and Francesca Fariello. That's it.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Francesca Fariello, and I am a PhD student. And today I will be presenting a research project with a professor from the Polytechnic of Bari and the Sapienza University of Rome. And the research is entitled Decision Support for Urban Regeneration through a Territorial Criticality Index. This research focuses on the development of a decision support tool for urban regeneration process. So the presentation is organized into 5 main parts. First, I will introduce the aim of the work. Then I will present the problem statement. After that, I will describe the methodological workflow, and the first part is dedicated to the case study, and finally the conclusion and the future developments. So the aim of this work is to propose a multi-criteria composite indicator integrating economic, social, and environmental dimensions in order to identify urban criticalities at the preliminary planning stage. The proposed tool is intended to support the decision-making process by providing an objective, transparent, and comparable basis for defining intervention priorities. It is important to underline that this index does not prescribe operational design guidance. In other words, it does not tell us exactly how to intervene in a specific area, but where the attention and the resource should be focused. This distinction is essential, especially in contexts where public resources are limited and territorial inequalities are strong. In such situation, regeneration strategies require a clear analytical basis before moving toward design or policy implementation. Another important feature of the methodology is its flexibility and replicability. The framework can be adapted to different urban contexts with the different characteristics and specific territorial conditions without changing the core structure of the model. So the research starts from three main issues. The first is the resource scarcity. Contemporary urban regeneration processes are increasingly affected by limited economic, social, and environmental resources. Public administration often have to make decisions under financial constraints, and this makes it necessary to clearly identify where investment can generate the greatest impact. The second issue is the territorial inequality. Cities are not homogeneous and there are different urban areas with different characteristics. And the third issue is the growing need for decision support. For example, international frameworks such as the AIM 2030 agenda and the OECD documents highlight the importance of the systematic territorial analysis before defining regeneration interventions. For this reason, the definition of priorities cannot really on fragmented observations or isolated indicators. It requires an integrated and measurable approach that can combine different dimensions of urban vulnerability. So now I present the methodological workflow. The first phase concerns the types of indicators, the second, the indicator selection processes, the third, the normalization of indicators, and the fourth, the aggregation and assignment of weights. So for the first, the construction of the index starts from the identification of the three main dimensions. So the first, the economic indicators, describe the material well-being of an area, its attractiveness and the dynamics connected to the real estate market. In this work, they help us understand the economic strength or weakness of each part of the territory. The social indicators refers to the aspects such as demographic composition, unemployment, housing pressure, social inclusion, and possible condition of malusertization. This dimension is particularly important because urban regeneration should not only improve the physical space, but also respond to social vulnerability. And the last, the environmental indicators, describe the ecological quality of the urban context, including aspects such as green space and soil permeability. These variables are relevant because environmental quality directly affects urban livability, health, and sustainability. The selection of the indicators, so the second phase, was guided by four main criteria: interpretative relevance, data reliability, discriminating capacity, and replicability. Institutional and reliable sources were privileged include, for example, ISPRA, ISTAT, and UNISTAT. This choice is important because the credibility of the final index depends strongly on the quality and comparability of the input data. For the fourth phase is the normalization of indicators, because the indicators are expressed in the different units, for example, euros, percentages, inhabitants per square kilometer, and so on, and they cannot be directly compared. For this reason, we adopted a min-max normalization, which scales all values between 0 and 1. Two different normalization directions were used. For direct indicators, higher values correspond to more critical conditions, and for inverse indicators, higher values represent better conditions and therefore must be inverted. After normalization, the indicators are aggregated through a linear additive MCA model, and the final criticality index is calculated as the sum of the normalized values multiplied by their respective weights. In this research, the three dimensions, economic, social, and environmental, are assigned equal overall weights. These avoid the dominance of one dimension over the other and ensure a balanced interpretation of urban vulnerability. The methodology was tested on the Asse Prenestino in Rome. This is a historic linear axis extending from the central area of Rome Termini station and toward the eastern peri-urban area to Gavi, following the ancient Via Prenestina. The corridor is particularly interesting because it represents strong morphological, functional, and socio-economic diversity. It crosses very different urban conditions, dense and stratified city, central areas, industrial and post-industrial zones, fragmented peripheral areas, and peri-urban landscape. The axis was divided into 5 macro areas. I don't know why. So the first area is the Prenestina one, that is the core of the city and correspond to the inner city and the area near the Aurelian Walls. The second is the Prenestina 2.1 from the Aurelian Walls to Portonaccio, that is a transitional area with important industrial legacies. The third is the Prenestina 2.2 from Portonaccio to Palmiro Togliatti, that is an area, and it is mainly residential and relatively more balanced. It includes green spaces and consolidated urban fabric. Then the Prenestina 2.3 from Palmiro Togliatti to the Grande Raccordo Anulare is one of the most complex sections. It is characterized by manufacturing activities, warehouses, logistic, commercial spaces. And finally, Prenestina 3 from the Grande Raccordo Anulare to Gavi is a peri-urban area with services and archaeological parts. For the case study, we selected 11 indicators. The economic dimension, let's see in blue, so per capita income and home value. The social dimension includes population, density, unemployment rate, residential buildings, and so on. We can see in yellow. And the environmental dimension includes permeable soil and green space. We can see. And the table on the left shows the original normalized value. This data already reveal difference between the 5 macro areas. And so the table on the right shows the normalized values. This step is essential because it allows all indicators to be compared on the same scale from 0 to 1. And through normalization, the analysis becomes more coherent. Each value expresses a level of criticality, where 0 corresponds to less critical condition and 1 corresponds to more critical condition. After normalization, the indicators were aggregated by assigning weights to each dimension. The economic dimension includes 2 indicators, since the overall weight of this dimension is 1/3, and each economic indicator received a weight of 1/6. The social dimension includes 7 indicators. Again, the overall weight is 1/3, so each social indicator receives a weight of 1/21. And the environmental dimension includes 2 indicators, and each of them receives a weight of 1/6. This weighting structure ensures that the three dimensions contribute equally to the final index. At the same time, it prevents the social dimension from dominating the results only because it contains a larger number of indicators. The final critical index is then calculated as the sum of each normalized value multiplied by its weight. This produces a synthetic value between 0 and 1 for each macro area, making it possible to compare the territorial criticality to the different sections of the asset extension. So, the results clearly show an uneven distribution of criticalities along the corridor. There, with the highest priority is Prenestina 2.3, with a criticality index of 0.74. This result is driven by the interaction of several negative conditions, for example, lower property values, high unemployment, limited soil permeability, reduced green areas, and confirm that is the most vulnerable macro areas and should be considered a priority for future regeneration strategies. The intermediate value for Prenestina 2.1 and Prenestina 2.2, and lower criticality for Prenestina 1 and Prenestina 3. So, to conclude, this research demonstrated that a multi-criteria critical index can support urban regeneration decisions, especially in a complex context characterized by limited resources and territorial inequalities. One of the main strengths of the proposed methodology is its transparency and replicability. It is a synthetic and comparable reading for the territorial vulnerability, and at the same time the methodology has some limitation. The index is synthetic by design, so it does not replace detailed spatial analysis or operational design tools. It should be interpreted as an initial screening instrument, not as a final decision. And for the future developments may include stakeholders-driven weight calibration, the expansion of the indicator set to include mobility, accessibility, energy, or other service, and the integration of AI to support more adaptive decision-making process. In conclusion, the proposed index offers a flexibility and transparent analytical basis to support the public choice and to identify the priorities in a more informed and comparable way. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Do we have any question, anything interesting to ask?
Yes. Okay, so thank you for your very interesting presentation. I have just one doubt and a question. So the first one is about the distribution of the criteria according to the three dimensions. I am not sure that the model is not dominated by the economic and environmental dimension, because the social dimension has a lot of indicators compared to the other two. And a change in particular in an indicator in the social doesn't affect the final results of the evaluation. So I think that you have to care about this, okay, to be aware about the distribution of the different criteria according to the dimension. And another question is about the weights. Have you considered, for example, to perform any sensitivity analysis in order to verify how the results change when you, for example, change the weights?
I can improve this instrument and this index because I do the same weights for each indicator. So, but if I want to, if I have an area with particular problematics, I can doing different weights on, for example, social or economic. So if I give to a higher weight to economic and minor weights to social dimension, probably the economic indicators are more weights on the other dimension.
Do you have any other question? I have also one question because yesterday I was reading the article and was looking about the same topic. Is with those indicators, you may have any kind of collinearity. Some indicators may have the same information between them, so you may have the same information 2 or 3 times inside the model. So how do you think about how to manage with this information, how to create any correlation between the indicators so you will select properly all the indicators, or?
Yes, other indicators, for example, energy indicators, I consider a specific area for a building, I don't know, and so can I include other indicators?
Okay.
Mentioned.
Also, you have done this work with this Palestino area. Have you tried to do the same work with other areas, or are you looking for
5 areas?
What?
5 areas axis.
Yeah, and you are going to work with those new areas in Rome or in different cities, even in different countries,
Yes.
Which is the proposal you have for the future.
Yes, I can apply this in other cities. Actually,
Okay, thank you. Because I think also the persons that are going to. Can he speak now? He's going to be the fourth position.
Changes. Yeah. Okay. Also, good afternoon to everyone. I am Federico Dell'Anna from Computational Science, and today I will share with you the joint research that is the result of the master thesis of Rajafabadi, and it is titled Evaluating the Multidimensional Impacts of the 10% Biodiversity Net Gain Requirement Methodological Proposal for Public Administration. So the main goal of this study is to provide an evaluation tool in order to support not just the public administration, but also the developer, in order to understand how the performance of development in a built environment according to this new regulation that came in force in the UK in 2024. So this is the outline of the presentation. First, I start with the background. After, I will frame the research problem. After, I will present the methodology, the indicator selection that was validated by an expert panel, the integration in the evaluation in a COSIMA framework, the composite evaluation model. The final results of this research, I want just to say that this is a methodological proposal, so we don't have any application yet, but in the future research, probably we will test this model to real case studies in theory. And finally, I will present the conclusions and the policy implication future perspectives. So, what is the background of the research? In particular, we focus on this new regulation that was proposed in UK in 2029, together with in the Environmental Act. But this regulation came in force just in February 2024, as I said before. What is the most important matter is according to the reference to the biodiversity. We know all the benefits that are provided by the diversity of the different set of ecosystem services like provision, regulation, culture, and so on. For England, this regulation is so important because the UK lost more than 50% of the native biodiversity. Okay, due to different causes like urbanization, habitat loss, and intensive agriculture. So, what is the main goal of this new regulation? Improve the biodiversity. In particular, demonstrate that the project increase the biodiversity by a percentage, this is the 10%. Okay, so just a short history about the regulation in UK. Before the 2029, there was already a regulation very similar to regulation in Italy, okay? The non-net loss. So, any loss of biodiversity produced by the project, generated by the project. But in 2029, there was a shift according to this new regulation that required at least 10% measurable gain in terms of biodiversity. So not just the compensation, okay, of the biodiversity loss according to different measures, the creation of new space or buying, for example, credits, but the increase of the biodiversity by the 10%. So in particular, this regulation is applied according to these three main pillars. The first one is the mitigation hierarchy. So each development should respect these different biodiversity impacts action for mitigate the loss and increase the biodiversity value, avoid, minimize, restore, offset. And according to the BNG, the additional offset, the 10% that we said before. Beside, you can see the statutory biodiversity metric. That is the tool that are used in order to verify if this 10% of gain is achieved. And in the last square, you can see how you can achieve this 10%, or the recovery of the restore of the biodiversity by the creation of habitat creation site, or off-site, or as I said before, buying these biodiversity credits. Okay. So, at the beginning of the research, the first step was to understand what are the main stakeholders that can be impacted by the introduction of this new regulation in terms of cost and in terms of benefits. Okay, and we identify according to national UK sources these three core stakeholders. The developers that will implement the project, okay, and have to face, for example, with some rules for the project implementation, also for referring to the from the economic side and the operational of the maintenance of the project. We have the local authorities that have limited monitoring capacity and don't have a sufficient tool in order to guarantee that the project is aligned with the regulation. And finally, the local communities that can benefit from all the externalities that can be produced by the projects. So in the bottom part of the slide, you can see the main needs that we identified. So an hybrid evaluation framework combining monetized impact and non-monetary criteria and the stakeholder priorities. And looking at the literature, we identify a specific approach that are already used in also in other fields, more in the transportations, but in the last year was used also in the field of an environmental science. So in this slide, you can see the methodological framework that is based on three main phases. The first one is the conceptual foundation component identification. So in particular, we perform a literature review, consulting academic resources, but not only. We focus more also on the policy literature. Okay. We identify the stakeholder, the impact domains that it is necessary to take in consideration, and we compile, we list a list of indicators that can be used in order to evaluate the different projects. Not just considering the environmental aspects that are already included in the statutory biodiversity metric, but also other dimensions in order to cover all the needs of the stakeholders. In the second phase, we structure the framework and we involve a set of experts in order to validate this framework. So we refine the indicators that we found in the phase one. We involve the expert to evaluate the importance of the indicators to include the model, and we define the final structure of the indicator set. In the phase number 3, we integrate the COSIMA model, okay, the model that I presented before, composite model for assessment, that is an approach that integrates the cost-benefit analysis and the multi-criteria analysis in the same framework in order to obtain a synthetic index that is able to consider monetizable and non-monetary indicators information. So here we list the cons and the pros for the two approaches that we try to combine. So basically, the cost-benefit analysis we know that is required, for example, for European Commission and for the member states in order to evaluate specific projects. But we have these constraints also in the UK, in particular in the Green Book. What is the problem of the cost-benefit analysis? For sure, that is to monetize all the impacts, okay, translate everything in monetary terms, and this doesn't allow to consider extra economic benefits or impacts. So to solve this problem, we can, for example, integrate the multi-criteria analysis, okay, because it allows to consider the impacts in the original scale, okay, and besides to incorporate also the stakeholder opinion in the evaluation. So the COSIMA, the composite assessment model, integrates these both dimensions according this equation that you can see here in the bottom part of the slide. That is just composed by two parts. The first one is the calculation of benefit-cost ratio, typically used in the cost-benefit analysis beside other indicators like the present value and internal rate of return, and the multi-criteria analysis results. Okay, that is just an aggregated index. It is one of the results that we can obtain from the application of the multi-criteria analysis. In the middle, we have this coefficient that is named alpha, that allows to weight the importance of the multi-criteria analysis on the calculation of this synthetic index. Okay, that is named the total rate of return. So here you can see the main sources that we consulted for the identification of the main stakeholders that were already presented before. The different stakeholder map. Okay. In particular, we focus on the core stakeholders that include the developers, government, local planning authorities, and local economy. So basically, the tool for now just consider the interest of these three group of stakeholders. Okay. Okay. So this is a slide to present the indicator selection process. As I said before, we consulted not just the academic literature, but also the government and policy literature in order to obtain an overall review of the possible impacts indicators that can be considered in the evaluation. And in particular, about the academic resources, we apply the PRISMA 2020 protocol in order to apply different filters and identify the right number of papers, okay, to obtain a preliminary set of indicators. So basically, in the final phase of this step, we selected 18 academic studies that was published in these 5 years. We collected more than 250 raw indicators, okay, just consulting these 80 academic studies, because some of these 18 were already reviewed. Okay, for this we have this big number of raw indicators. So we removed duplicated indicators. We checked if the indicators is useful in ex-ante phase of evaluation. Okay, because the model is ready to support the developers or the public authority in ex-ante phase. Okay, and according to this process of filtering, we selected just 26 candidate indicators that we validated with the opinion of an expert panel, as I said before. So briefly, we first involved the stakeholders, the expert with the qualitative feedback about these 26 indicators. We use also some measurement scale just to obtain some numbers to support the evaluation. In particular, we evaluate the relevance of indicators of cost-benefit analysis and multi-criteria analysis with a larger scale. Okay, and after all the criteria were selected, okay, we use the 100-point scale in order to weight the importance of the multi-criteria analysis indicators. Okay, this is the panel of the experts that we involved, not just experts from academia, but also 2 experts from UK. Okay, like one practitioner and one expert from public sector. Okay, so this is, for example, the results that we obtain from this validation process. So in this slide, you can see the top-weighted multi-criteria multi-criteria indicators that we included in the final model. Okay, in the first column you can see the stakeholder, the group of stakeholder of which each criterion is referred. Okay, so for example, the policy and the plan congruencies in order to evaluate, to support the developer to take in consideration this during the process implementation or design, the BNG uplift ambition for the government, the institutional trust, or for the society, the community, the access to green space, the inclusion in decision making, and the social inclusion and integration. So for each indicator, we identify a unit of measure to use in the model. On this other slide, you can see the final set of indicators from for the cost-benefit analysis side. Okay, so for the developers, for example, the cost of the investment, okay, or the cost for the maintenance, for the government, the urban food risk mitigation, or the carbon sequestration, and for the community, the urban cooling mitigation and the recreational value. As you can see in this set of indicators, all the measure, the unit to measure are money, okay, because we are talking about the cost. So now we are in this phase of the research, the integration of these indicators in the COSMA model. Okay. In particular, we would like to apply this to a real case study in Turin and compare at least 3 different alternatives that can be different options of for the project implementation according to this regulation. So we have the first one that is the baseline condition of the to calculate the offset, okay, compared to 2 alternatives, like for example the development with BNG just considering the on-site plus off-site solution, or for example another alternative that consider just off-site solution. So by the integration of these indicators in this tool, in this technique that I presented before, we can obtain these performance indicators, synthetic indicator, that give us an idea about the different scenarios for the same project and evaluate what is the best according to not just the environmental dimension, but also considering other dimensions in the evaluation. So here is like just to resume the policy implication, the contribution, and the future research of the studies. I think they finished my time. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Federico Delano. Any question, please?
So thank you for your presentation. It was interesting. I have one question and one possible suggestion. You mentioned quickly, because obviously you were focused on the methodology, that there is this possibility of biodiversity credits that is proposed by the law. So you can say something more about this. And the second aspect is about the time. So if I want to study in this model, you don't consider time as often happens in our models. So maybe it would be interesting for you to differentiate what are the activities that all developers or whoever have to do immediately to allow this 10%, and maybe later on if something is changing over the time. I don't know if the law is handling this or not.
Okay, so I started from the last one. Okay, so according to the time, the evaluation consider this in the cost-benefit analysis side, because it is performed at considering a lifetime of the project of at least 30 years. And it is required by the law. One thing.
So you have to guarantee for 30 years the 10% of.
No, just one. Yeah, just 1 month. But now the model taking consideration and lifetime of the project equal to 30 years because it is required. Okay, and about that, for sure, we can consider also to add some criteria to verify that this achievement is maintained for all the time, for sure. Thank you for this suggestion. And about the credit, that I mentioned before, this is a possible solution that is allowed by the regulation. Okay, so in particular there is these banks of credits. Okay, so you can, for example, do not achieve the 10% with the project. Okay, but you can buy these credits from these banks because someone in another place, for example, produce more. Okay, I think that is not the best solution because there is no democracy of the benefit of the distribution of the benefits that can be provided by this infrastructure. But yeah, it is ours. Thank you.
I had one more question, but I think the time is, we don't have that much time. We can talk later about it, just to think about it, because I had some questions, but not presented as the formula, the equation.
Yeah.
Later we can talk about how you manage to put that alpha and the impact of the different values of that alpha in the different perspective of what's going to be profitable or socially possible or not. So for me, it's interesting the position, and also it's aligned with the previous work, so it's interesting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we are going to continue with the third presentation. That's called from text to economics exposure, measuring intrinsic risk in urban real estate. This work is done by Roberto Nares Alcalá, who is going to do the presentation online. I think he's here with us. Roberto, can you hear us?
Yes, do you hear me?
Okay, yes, we can hear you. And if you can show us the presentation. And this work is done by Roberto Nares Alcalá with Antonio Martinez Raya and me. So, Roberto, the floor is yours, please.
Who can you talk, please? Just to check speakers. Hello, where can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you just talk a little bit to check speaker?
Wait a second. Sorry, you were talking about the speaker?
Yes, I was trying to connect speaker on the TV, but so it's not working. So can you all hear?
Yes, can you hear the presentation?
Okay. You can share screen.
Okay. Okay, it's working, right? Well, I was trying to move to the presentation mode. Yeah, is it working fine? Is it like full screen?
Yes, it's full screen and we can hear you.
Okay, so I can start, right?
Yes, please.
Okay. So thank you for being here. My name is Roberto, and this is a joint work with Antonio Martinez Raya and Alejandro Segura from Technical University of Madrid. Um, in the next 10 minutes, I want to convince you of one core idea that the language firms used to describe themselves carries measurable economic information, and that for urban real estate in particular, we can turn that language into a structured measure of risk. This is a methodological paper. I'm not presenting empirical results today. I am presenting a replicable protocol for converting corporate text into economic exposures and then feeding those exposures into a risk model I will explain later. Okay, so here is the problem. Urban real estate firms operate at the intersection of financial markets, spatial change, infrastructure, demographics, and regulation. But the tools we use to classify them, for instance, GICS, force each firm into a single discrete box. That works for reporting and benchmarking, but it imposes hard boundaries on an economic reality that is continuous and overlapping. A modern real estate firm may simultaneously be exposed to logistics, data infrastructure, healthcare demand, energy limits, and redevelopment. And a single label hides all of that. Our proposal is to treat exposure as a gradient. Instead of asking which box does this firm belong to, we ask which economic forces is it close to and by how much. And crucially, firms often signal these shifts in their own language, which can emerge in multiple ways. The conceptual foundation comes from Hayek's 1945 argument that economic knowledge is dispersed. It's local, contextual, and incomplete, held by many actors who each see only a fragment. Prices aggregate some of it, but a large share stays embedded in local judgment and expectations. Our claim is that firms are not just production units, they are interpretive institutions. They receive signals from tenants, creditors, regulators, and competitors, and they translate those signals into narratives. So their disclosures, 10Ks, investor presentations, earning calls are a place where dispersed knowledge becomes partially observable. The bottom line is market valuation captures a stream of interpreted expectations, which means the language carrying those expectations is genuine economic evidence. So this would be the full method in 5 steps. It is simple and replicable, as you can see. Step 1, for each firm, build a text corpus from its disclosures. Step 2, clean it. Step 3, embed both the firm corpus and a set of reference category descriptions into the same vector space using a language embedding model. Step 4, measure semantic similarity between each firm and each category using cosine similarity. Step 5, normalize those similarities with softbox function into a continuous exposed weights that sums to 1. The equity parameter you see here gives some flexibility to the model. It controls how sharp or how diffuse the resulting profile is. A long gamma lets a firm keep broad hybrid exposures across several themes. A high gamma concentrates the weight and recovers something close to a traditional hard classification. This is something that can be calibrated. So this would be the analytical core. First, an embedding function phi maps each firm's text and its reference category description into the same d-dimensional vector space. Firms with similar business models, risks, and markets land close together. Second, we measure similarity with cosine similarity, the normalized inner product of the firm's vector and the category vector. The key point is that this captures direction, not magnitude. So two firms describing the same activity are recognized as similar, which keyword methods miss. Third, raw similarities are not exposures. They're not normalized across categories. So we pass them through a softmax with the QT parameter gamma. The output weights are strictly between 0 and 1, and sum to 1 across categories. This lets us read them as soft memberships. Stack these across all firms, and you get the exposure matrix P and firms by K categories. Each row is one firm's continuous economic fingerprint. That matrix is what we carry into the risk model, which is the next slide. We take the exposure matrix and plug it into a standard bar-style multi-factor model. Returns R at time t. This decomposed into a systematic part. Exposures X times factor returns F plus an idiosyncratic specific return epsilon. The novelty is that X here is a semantic exposure matrix. So firms load continuously on multiple economic factors instead of being forced into one sector dummy. From here, total variance splits cleanly into two. The systematic component, that's risk explained by share economic structure. The idiosyncratic component is the variance of the residual risk that's generally specific to the firm. Total variance is just their sum. Why does this matter? Because it lets us define intrinsic risk much more precisely. A firm can look risky for three different reasons. It sits in a volatile sector, it's exposed to a common structural driver, or it has generally idiosyncratic variance. This composition tells them apart. So why do we claim real estate benefits most from this framework? Two reasons. First, on the left, the built environment is loaded with structural risks that accounting figures capture only with a lag. Interest rates and duration risk. A rate shock compresses asset values and raises refinancing costs, and firms with short debt duration feel it hardest. Liquidity and rollover risk. When capital markets tighten, firms with aggressive external growth models or fragile tenant bases can see both systematic and idiosyncratic risk jump. And tail risk, volatility alone misses the skew and kurtosis that dominate real estate during stress episodes. A continuous text-informed exposure model is better at flagging these before prices fully adjust. Second, on the right, there's a genuine feedback loop. Firm's narrative reshapes how it's valued. Valuation moves its cost of capital. The cost of capital determines which German projects are actually viable, and those built outcomes feed back into the next round of narratives. So studying firms through their text isn't only a finance exercise. It's a way to observe how language, capital, and urban form co-evolved. Two firms labeled the same can sit at very different points in this loop. To wrap up, three takeaways. First, the contribution is a replicable protocol. Corpus construction, cleaning, embedding, semantic comparison, exposure normalization, then the factor model decomposition. I want to be honest that this is a methodological paper. Second, the shift from categorical to continuous exposure lets us define intrinsic risk more precisely. Once we control for shared semantic exposures, we can tell apart a firm that's risky because of its sector, because of common structural driver, or because of genuinely idiosyncratic vulnerabilities. Two firms in same official sector can differ sharply. Firms in different sectors can share the same structural exposure. Third, because narratives often move before prices, text gives us a forward-looking risk signal, which is especially valuable in rate and liquidity-sensitive real estate. The natural next steps are listed. Test on larger sample of real estate, infrastructure firms on developers, benchmark semantic exposures against traditional sector codes, calibrate gamma, and extend the models partially by linking narratives to actual geographies. We're careful to say this complements, it doesn't replace accounting data, prices, and traditional risk models. Thank you very much. I'll be glad to take any of your questions.
Thank you, Roberto. Do you have any questions here? I have one question. I was talking also with Roberto yesterday about the presentation, but I want to change the questions I had with the previous works because what Federico Delana has presented before, and also Francesco Apariello, they have been talking about multi-criteria indicators and how to manage these the indicators and how to create them, and how to work with those indicators linked with the policies. So for me, this is interesting because we have been working on real estate investment trusts, in firms, in companies, but I think there is a link between what we have been doing here, what you have been presenting here about how to manage and how to evaluate a company, and how you can create an indicator that can be used in policy evaluation, in policy definition. So how do you see this situation and the link between the work of Francesca or the work of Federico, if there can be a link between them?
All right, so yeah, here we are basically focusing on risk, right? So this is a relevant aspect. We're using volatility as a proxy of risk, which is something that is consistent, but that obviously can be discussed. I did mention this tail risk analysis, which is something we will probably explore in the future. But yeah, like the basic framework here, and I guess it can be applied also, like for instance to the previous presentation. It's like this framework where you can use prices, in this case of public companies in the stock market, using volatility as a measure of risk. So as a general approximation, I think that's a good approach, and it allows you to build all these fancy beta model, let's say. But also we need to be aware of its limitation. So that's why I wanted to mention, even if it was a bit briefly, this tail analysis risk, where you also take into account things such as skew or kurtosis. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any other? Okay, Roberto, thank you so much. We can move forward to the next presentation. Thank you for joining the session.
All right. Thank you very much.
We don't need to change anything.
She's going to present now.
In presence?
Yes, in presence.
Okay.
And now we are moving to the fourth presentation of the session. It's called Urban Regeneration and Real Estate Transformation, a case study of Parque Fundidora in Monterrey. For the presentation, we have here on the stage Angélica Verónica Díaz Talamantes, and the work has been done by Angélica with the work with Inmaculada Martínez and me, Alejandro Segura.
You want video file or what?
Yeah. It's working perfect. Thank you for your attention. I'm Angélica Verónica Díaz Talamantes. I'm a PhD student from the Universidad Politécnica of Madrid, and I want to share with you this case of study of Parque Fundidora in Monterrey and urban regeneration and real estate transformation. So this place is in Mexico, in the state of Nuevo León, in the city of Monterrey. It's the this park is located in the nearly center of the city, and it's a place that it's like a urban park. It's the largest urban park in Monterrey, and it's a very sorry, it's a very varied place with many places. And the research methodology we have done for this research was data collection with historical document review and event database is that abarks like 2008 to 2026. Real estate market analysis, she's spatial analysis, and field observations and surveys from the users of the park. Historically, we have this background of the park. The real and first use of this space was an iron and steel foundry, and the company was officially founded in 119. And operations ceased in the 86, and the site was regenerated into a public park in 2001. So we can look at here some of the historical pictures of the place. So when the project was improved, so the goal was keep the industrial structures and the original landscape were preserved and adapted to public uses for the citizens of the city. And in the long time, the equipment and distribution of this place was very complete. The cultural and heritage includes spaces like museums, libraries, art centers, and historic industrial structures that function like some kind of attractive landscapes. And recreational sports includes running and cycling circuit and green general areas, artificial lakes, children playgrounds around all the place, and events and entertainment spaces like concert halls and convention centers. Public amenities are around all the place, like food courts, parking areas, restroom, metro station, etc. So
there's a picture I want to look to make you imagine a little of this place, how it is. We have like in the center of the image, the Museum Acero Horno 3 is the main structure of the fundidora of the steel fundidor. And you have here the running and cycling circuit too, green general areas. And we have also many art centers and historical and industrial structures around all the place. So recreation and sports can be done in this space. So it's a very complete place for the citizens to go to make some activities in the daily life. And cultural heritage, we have many spaces that are for free, and some others are paying some kind of fees. But to be honest, they are like very low rates. So the most maybe expensive ones are the events and entertainment equipment. So we have a concert halls and baseball parks in the inside of this park. So in 2008, we had a very unusual phenomenon. It was the music festivals. In these spaces, some companies approved the projects that could install like many structures for doing something like a kind of festival like Coachella or like Tomorrowland, but in little size, very local. So it was a very successful project. So the people enjoy it a lot about this project, but to the end, it has a cost because the estimated number of days with limited access or obstruction due to massive events peaked at last 52% of the year in 2015 and in 2017. And from 2022 to 2025, this value remained constant at approximately 14% of the year. So it increased and it made the equipment of the park very damaged for all the activities. So the land use transformation in the park, I have like in here a graphic that shows the minimum and maximum recorded area. The blue figures shows the temporary events areas that goes closed to the paid ticket to access the event. So in 2008, the little one in the north was like a space that didn't make any problem with the rest of the users in the park that didn't need or want to go to the event. But in 2027, we have the largest maximum recorded area that related to the present with this largest area in the park. So the main findings in this research at this point was the growth of the restricted areas was exponentially growing, and the expansion of the event infrastructure was heaviest every time, and the reduction of continuously accessible public space was each time more constant too. The consequences of that management model was that the equipment of the park was very damaged for the not only for the assistance of the events and also for the people who install all the equipment, and in the more advanced stage, the new implementations of constructions of public equipment. So in this case, we have like a dual dynamic that when the people who face these events have a great time when the days of the event, but also have the restrictions from the park and the damage of the park, even if they go to the event or not. So in that case, we have to point a lot with how big was the damage. So in this photo that we take in a drone flight, we will see clearly the damaged area of the park 3 days after a festival event. And this was taken this year in 2026. It was an event that it was not the biggest one, and it's clearly you can see clearly how the green areas was affected. And in this in the middle of the photo, you can see the elevated metro line that across all the park. So it's like the main goal of the park to be like a place where the people will have a great time and a safe time to enjoy with family or friends. So in some point, keep it like very in the second place. So in the real estate transformation, we noticed a transformation very hard to ignore. In 2019 and 2020, we have these yellow figures that shows some of the actual buildings and their before use hero. The auto repair shop in the right converted into a hotel, and an educational center the same. Restaurant converted into a mixed-use development, and the most great of all is that we have a section of the park fully converted into a private mixed-use development. So we have a photo of that developed in here, and also we searched and noticed that this new metro line station was placed in front of that development. So, and the summary of the event database shows the most important tendency that in 2019 and 2021 we have the most large difference between the price of the ticket. We have like it has doubled the prices, and in that gap was the most hard real estate transformation of the north face of the Fundira Park. So, in conclusion, we saw that subsequent commercialization increasingly prioritizes real estate development over the park's public mission and long-term sustainability. And the balance between economic development and public access and heritage preservation has progressively eroded, and urban intervention increasingly serve to enhance the value of real estate developments. So in resume, we can see that in more events we have less everyday public access. We have to public spaces act as a catalyst for private real estate value creation, and developers capitalize on the park's attractiveness as a market amenity. However, these luxury developments show limited market demand, and you can see in the picture of here some of the publication of that actives, and in the most of the cases we can have like notification of out of market or many time in the market published. So it shows like an unsold inventory at inflated prices, and it creates a distortion in local property values. So private actors capture the benefits of public investment without improving the public realm, and the result is poorer user experience and real estate products that fail to meet market needs. The park governance has shifted from public stewardship to financial management, and economic benefits are achieved at the expense of accessibility and heritage and user experience. So this is also contributing to a broader transformation in the surrounding real estate market, and it has a lack of own improvement, right? So thank you very much. If you scan the QR in the screen, you have direct access to the conference paper, so you can check out all the information and the database with more time. And we are the Universidad Politécnica de Madrid. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Veronica. Any question? You.
Okay, so thank you for this very interesting presentation. So this is a problem. It's a problem, a big problem for the society, because generally this transformation generates phenomena that can cause also the movement of the people in the city, like for example gentrification or phenomenon.
Yeah,
Something like this.
I think that when we lost the equilibrium of use and like having like some benefits of that, I think the value we gain maybe is not a clean gain. It's more like taking from the first activity in the first place. So in this case specifically, I think that is not only doing like imbalance, is also doing like is going on the round of like contaminating on the market offer of the actives. So we don't have a nice park, and even we don't have a great like residential options to reach.
Okay, I have a question about the real estate analysis. Have you discovered, for example, if for the price or the market, the real estate market dynamics changed in different way according to the location?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because the north part of the park, it's an industrial zone. So it's very rare because these hotels are very has a very nice structures, and it promises like very retails, like very alta gama, but in the end the buildings are closed. So it's like for us to like valuation agents, we see that the promise was to have a like a very high attendance every year because of these events, but in the reality, the market didn't react to that offer. It's like I propose you that as a developer, but in the end, the real people with the money has the option to buy the apartment and maybe rent it or like for like an Airbnb for this kind of places or events. But the people don't prefer these places because the industrial zone is not very safe, and in the end the price is very high. So people prefers another options. It's like artificial mating, so it's not natural.
Okay. And I have another question about is there any regulation from the municipality in order, for example, to mitigate these or to share this extra profit of the investment thanks to public investment.
No.
No.
In fact, we have like this. If you remember, I had this picture of the metro station, and to be honest, we made a lot of research in the field. So there's a lot of many points that it will be more benefit to place the station, but in the end, the place that the government decided to put this station was in front of the development. So we saw that like a kind of there's no regulation, and maybe it's like they see it like an opportunity. We don't know what are the
Because, for example, in some countries, or in Australia, for example, if the public authority makes some public infrastructure, we are close to a new development, and the extra profit, the private extra profit is shared with the public authority. And this, it is like a sort of sharing of the benefits to all the people, all the society.
Yeah, but it will be a like very a great option to be honest. But in the end, the park itself is going like forgetting on the gain of the events, because you, as you can see, the equipment is every time more damaged and forget it for the other users. So.
Thank you. For me, it's interesting. So, and this was like moving back to the policy intervention after the previous article, and also like putting a case study instead of like an index. So it's a different point and a different link with all the topic of the session. I think from that point that one thing that's important to follow is to make some kind of analysis of economic analysis, analysis of prices on the work, so it can develop better and improve in future contributions. If we don't have any other question, I think, or I have been informed that the fifth session or the fifth article is not going to be presented now. So we are going to close now the session, and we will come back at 4 p.m. o'clock to continue with the other interviews.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You will probably want this back in your USB drive.
Can you repeat the... I'm going down and then I can come back in 20 minutes.
Well, I guess the last one.
Yeah.
Sì.
C'è stato un problema.
Olha, eu vou ao Frederico, eu já estou a experimentar isto, porque eu disse que se eu estava a uma professora de janeiro. Vou ao Frederico e qual a participação? Uma coisa que possa dizer.
Sì, però se sai che c'è la possibilità di virtuale, che è come
Sì.
un po'.
Sim. Para criar desde o mundo. Mas eu tenho mais. Não, não tinha dito isto. Ué. Do era tipo, mas não foi fora do mundo. Se não me disser que o processador tem o erro, o que me disse agora, não, já mandou acabar. Eu percebi, agora percebi. Era confusa porque eu diga de novo. Pode, imagino que ainda não estou ao trabalho feito. Pode não haver um. Mas sempre, certo? É normal. Para ativar alguns dos coisas, só faço aqui para lá. Vou mandar a base de dados, ligar ao Frederico. Aquilo ao terminar o Kanban, este em concreto eu vou validar, mas só pode gerar um pedido. Porque a quantidade que eles usam para o mundo é sempre igual à quantidade do lote também. Pronto, cara, mas isso foi aquilo, nós até já tínhamos jogado essa pista antes. A questão é que, na nossa análise, aquilo não era bem conclusivo. Isto na altura arranhou o logo. Vou passar a base de dados. Tratar isso com o Frederico, só para ter aqui o plano. Ver. Já vi alguma coisa. Estou a perder isso. Não. Ora bem, eu mandei-te um SQL. Esse SQL, quando estamos a mudar o processador, o que fizemos foi, pusemos o procedimento que já tínhamos no processador para corrigir os toques, executar o que o BRR existe. Tentar correr isso e ver se é possível que tenhas que desligar os processadores. Para depois repor, basta comentarmos uma linha, usamos isso tudo de forma a acessar ao processador, não uma linha, diz se for parecido que o BRR existe, e voltamos ao anterior. Isto com plano backup, só para testar em si. E fechares a tua tarde. Em relação ao resto, aquilo, nem sei se ontem não te falei, mas falei sobre aquilo que vai estar a ver com a questão de como é que nós conseguimos replicar o erro. Ele está a gerar dois volumes, quando só devia ser um. E agora estamos aqui a tentar perceber como que é para trás. O problema vai estar aí. Ou seja, o processador está a fazer escrever mal, mas é porque atrás já escreveu mal. Ao terminar o trabalho, está a registrar esses dois volumes. Estamos à procura disso. Não, porque imagina, é quando dá entrada é que tu vês o erro. Mas imagina, quando tu terminas um Kanban no trabalho, aquilo registra um volume do Kanban. Normalmente é sempre um. Tens a quantidade de volume igual à quantidade do Kanban, mas tu deves ser mais volumes. Ou se calhar você já chegaram a trabalhar com mais volumes, certo? Mas o que ele está a fazer, imagina que o Kanban é de 20 e o volume é de 20. Ele está a registrar dois volumes de 20. Que depois, quando passa essa informação para a entrada, dá asneiro. Deixa eu continuar. Ver o que é que isto vai. Eu vou tomar a página. Isto é só mais para termos aí um. Agora, beleza, alô? Enquanto isto passa, vou ter, posso apagar o outra base de dados, posso apagar neste primeiro, acho que ninguém posso. Aquele executável que eu SQL que eu Estava aqui mandando um tempo de debate. Análise. Ok, então, esqueci. Só ia dizer que isso antes e depois estava sempre nulo. Antes de terminar, depois de terminar. Mas é este o cama que eu terminei antes daquele disso está por cima. Só se isto mexer no registro do cama. Ok, está bem. Está a passar avançados. Estou a dizer. Alô. Olha, então parece que bem, parece nem muito rude, nem muito. Oh, chutar. Alright. E só mudei ali uma frase para mim também não parecer muito rude. Acho que assim está. Sei lá. Ok, está bem. Pronto, gente. Vejam.
Hi. Do we have all the people connected? You know?
All the dishes now are virtual.
Yes.
Okay.
And but the other one?
So will be the first. Obviously, the first presenter because Diana Juan is requesting if he can be the first presenter.
Okay.
Okay, Juan, can you hear us? Too much. Can you hear us?
Wrong? Because we have here the.
Yes, right. Maybe we have to turn on the voice show. Micro está desligado.
Here. Okay. Sobresatura, entonces la toma. Anyone can hear us? Do you hear us from home?
Hello, can you hear us? Yes, now? Hello? Is someone hearing?
Hi. Do you hear us? Sergey, do you hear us? Okay.
Okay, here.
I don't know if they can hear us because of your computer instead of that one. Maybe?
Let's start.
Hi, Joao. I'm speaking. I don't know if you can hear us or not.
Let's speak again.
Hi, Joao.
I'm here.
Yes, I'm speaking, but seems that you doesn't hear us. Maybe from, no, because you don't have the,
But
Can you hear me?
yes?
Okay.
allora ci sono.
Who's speaking? Who has been speaking? I don't know if David Coy, do you hear us? Antonella?
Yes?
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Antonella. No, David, can you switch on the microphone? You're able to hear David Coy, neither João Marquez.
Maybe we should start with the one that is already.
Yes. It's strange because if Antonella hears us and we can hear her, it should be another computer, not ours. Well, you know.
When you speak, I can hear from my
Yes.
so the problem is not ours. And they have to switch on the voice and probably try to configure speakers.
So, start. Yes.
While they try to figure out what to do. Let me just share here. Antonella, can you hear us?
Yes?
Okay, so we are going to start with you trying to have time also with all the participants to restart or solve the situation. So now we are going to continue with the workshop. We have been in this workshop 2 hours before with 4 different presentations. The workshop is here in room C. It's called TRAFE 2026, From Structural to Transformative Change of City Environment, Challenges, Solutions, and Perspectives. So we are going to start now. We have to modify the schedule, and we are going to start now with the work done by, 1 second, I'm going to find you. Questo by Pierluigi Morano, Maria Rosaria Borini, Antonella Roma, Felizia Di Lido, and Marco Locurcio, a checklist-based framework for assessing the functional conversion potential of existing buildings for healthcare uses. Please, Antonella, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I share my screen. Do you see that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Good morning to everyone. I'm Antonella Roma, a research fellow in Sapienza, University of Rome, and today I present a research entitled A Checklist-Based Framework for Assessing the Functional Conversion Potential of Existing Buildings for Healthcare Uses, carried out with professors Pierluigi Morano, Maria Rosaria Guarini, Felicia Di Lido, and Marco Locurcio. Let me begin by briefly introducing the context that motivated this research. The COVID-19 pandemic exposed important structural and organizational weaknesses in healthcare systems around the world. In Italy, it was a major stress test for the National Health Service, revealing long-standing problems in healthcare infrastructure and delivery service. Over the past decades, healthcare reforms have mainly strengthened a hospital-centered model, while community-based care has not received the same level of planning, evaluation, and financial support. As a result, hospitals became the main point of access to healthcare, leading to overcrowded emergency departments, difficulties in managing high demand, and shortages of healthcare staff. At the same time, many patients experienced delays in diagnosis and treatment, and access to healthcare services became more difficult, especially for people with chronic disease and older adults. These challenges clearly showed the need to strengthen community-based healthcare in order to make the healthcare system more resilient and sustainable. In response to these challenges, both the European Union and the Italian government introduced a new policy and funding framework to strengthen community-based healthcare. At the European level, this framework includes cohesion policy, the UE for Health program, and Next Generation UE, which is implemented through the Recovery and Resilience Facility. Together, these initiatives provide the financial support needed to invest in more resilient, sustainable, and accessible healthcare systems across member states. In Italy, these resources are mainly managed through the National Recovery and Resilience Plans, and our research focuses on Mission 6, dedicated to health, because it supports the reorganization of community healthcare after the pandemic. Most importantly, for the first time, community-based healthcare received a national investment on this scale. Within Mission 6, Component 1 focuses on community healthcare services, facilities, and telemedicine, with an investment of about 7 billion euros. This component promotes the reform of community healthcare and supports the creation of new community health facilities across Italy. This leads to the main question of our research. How can existing buildings be evaluated in a transparent and systematic way before deciding whether they are suitable to become community health facilities? The reform promotes a healthcare model based on proximity, with the aim of reducing territorial inequalities and creating a better balance between hospital care and community care. The new model is based on an integrated network of community facilities and services designed to improve access to healthcare, continuity of care, and service equality. This network includes three main facilities: territorial operation centers, which coordinate patient care, community hospitals, which provide intermediate healthcare services, and community health facilities, the main point of access to community healthcare. Community health facilities constitute the unit of analysis of this study. According to Ministerial Decree number 77 of 2022, they are intended to provide integrated primary health care and community-based services for catchment areas with about 40,000 to 50,000 inhabitants. From the perspective of our research, these facilities are particularly relevant because of their relatively limited functional complexity and modest scale. These characteristics make them especially suitable for adaptive reuse interventions, providing the context in which our research question emerges. This brings us to the core problem addressed by our study. Community health facilities represent the central node of the community healthcare network, and Ministerial Decree number 77 of 2022 provides implementation pathways, new construction, or the conversion of existing buildings. Adaptive reuse represents a strategic solution because it reduces land consumption, enhances the existing building stock, and can shorten implementation time. However, it also introduces significant technical and decision-making complexity, since existing buildings were not originally designed to accommodate healthcare functions. The problem is that in practice, conversion decisions have often been made on a case-by-case basis, without standardized and transparent evaluation frameworks. This is what we define as the decision gap, which is also a research gap, since the adaptive reuse of low complexity facilities remains underexplored in the literature, and which may lead to allocative inefficiency and suboptimal optimal use of public resources. To address this decision gap, our study proposed a checklist-based multi-criteria decision support framework for ex-ante assessment of the intrinsic suitability of existing buildings for conversion into community health facilities. The framework is designed to support public administration by providing a transparent, consistent, and replicable basis for comparing alternative reuse scenarios. Its contribution is summarized in three key aspects. First, it provides decision support through a standardized evaluation process that improves the transparency and consistency of public decisions. Second, it adopts a building-focused approach, assessing only the building's intrinsic, technical, functional, and performance characteristics, while excluding locational, economic, and organizational factors, which can be addressed in subsequent decision-making stages. Finally, from a methodological perspective, it introduces a structured and scalable multi-criteria framework that organizes heterogeneous evaluation criteria into a unified assessment model, specifically designed for low complexity community health facilities. The assessment framework was developed through a structured process that combines scientific evidence, technical regulation, and building assessment methods. We started with a systematic literature review on adaptive reuse and building performance assessment. Since only a limited number of studies focused on healthcare buildings, we extended the review to the broader field of functional conversion to identify the main evaluation criteria. These criteria were then integrated with the Italian regulatory framework, including requirements for accessibility, fire safety, and energy performance, together with additional references such as the ITACA protocol and the building assessment parameters adopted by the Italian Revenue Agency. The selected criteria were then adapted to the specific requirements of low complexity community health facilities. Finally, the framework was organized as a hierarchical checklist of criteria and sub-criteria. Each sub-criterion is associated with a scoring scale based on either regulatory requirements or technical guidelines and scientific literature. The final framework includes 6 main evaluation criteria, which I will present in the next slide. The framework is organized into 6 main evaluation criteria, each representing key aspects of building suitability for adaptive reuse. Building flexibility evaluates the building's ability to accommodate a new healthcare function. State of conservation and maintenance considers the physical condition of the building, while the third criterion assesses the presence of hazardous materials. The remaining criteria evaluate accessibility, fire safety, and energy performance. Together, these criteria provide a structured assessment of the building's intrinsic suitability for conversion. The previous slide introduced the 6 evaluation criteria. This slide shows how each criterion is translated into measurable indicators using building flexibility as an example. Building flexibility is evaluated through 3 sub-criteria: structural system, spatial configuration, and building services. Here we focus on the first one, structural system. Each sub-criterion is evaluated using a discrete scoring scale. In this example, the scores range from 0 to 2. The score reflects how easily the building can be adapted to a new healthcare function. For example, a load-bearing masonry structure receives the lowest score because it offers very limited flexibility for internal modification. And by contrast, a regular frame structure receives the highest score because it allows internal spaces to be reorganized with minimal structural intervention. The same principle is applied throughout the framework. Each criterion is evaluated using explicit technical rules, although the number of scoring levels may vary depending on the characteristics to be assessed. State of conservation and maintenance is evaluated through 9 sub-criteria, covering the main structural and technical components of the building, using the building condition categories defined by the Italian Revenue Agency. The presence of hazardous material is assessed through a single sub-criterion based on the national asbestos legislation. Accessibility is evaluated through 4 sub-criteria covering access, circulation, and sanitary facilities, while fire safety is assessed through 2 sub-criteria based on the relevant Italian fire safety regulation. Finally, energy performance is evaluated using the energy performance certificate with higher energy classes receiving higher scores. Once all the criteria have been scored, the framework transforms these results into a decision support output, following a preliminary screening. As mentioned earlier, each building must first satisfy a set of accessibility conditions, including planning compatibility, the absence of major landscape or hydrogeological constraints, and a preliminary check of dimensional adequacy. Only buildings that meet these conditions proceeded to the detailed multi-criteria assessment. Scores obtained for the different criteria are then aggregated and normalized using min-max transformation, which scales the final result between 0 and 1. This provides 2 complementary outputs. The first is a criterion by criterion assessment, which identifies the main strengths and weaknesses of the building. The second is an overall suitability score, which makes it possible to compare different buildings using the same evaluation framework. A value close to 0 indicates low suitability, whereas a value close to 1 indicates high suitability for adaptive reuse. Taken together, these features give the framework 3 main strengths. First, it is operational and transparent. It compares observation collected during a building survey into standardized and comparable scores on a scale from 0 to 1. Second, on the building itself, clearly separating its technical and functional characteristics from locational, economic, and organizational factors. Third, it provides practical support for public decision-making by helping administration identify critical issues at an early stage and evaluate the buildings using a consistent and transparent method. Overall, the framework moves to the assessment from a largely subjective process to a structured, replicable, and comparable evaluation. At the same time, the framework has some limitations that define the next steps of our research. First, all criteria currently have the same weight. However, in practice, some criteria are more critical than others, particularly those related to fire safety or hazardous materials. Second, the framework focuses only on the intrinsic characteristics of the building, does not yet include territorial, economic, or organizational factors. Finally, the framework has not yet been validated on a large set of real studies. Future work will therefore introduce a weighting system supported by a sensitivity analysis to evaluate the robustness of the results under different weighting scenarios. It will also explore the integration of GIS for spatial analysis and BIM and digital twin technologies in line with the evolution of 4.0. And the most important next step, however, is the empirical validation of the framework on heterogeneous sample of buildings to demonstrate its reliability in real decision-making context. To conclude, this study has proposed a transparent and replicable tool to guide the adaptive reuse of existing buildings into community health facilities. It represents a first step toward operational evaluation instruments that can support evidence-based decisions in healthcare planning and that help to bridge the gap between theoretical approaches and their practical application. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Antonella. I don't know if there is any question about what you have been presenting. Okay, for me, yes, there is one question because you have said this is like now a theoretical framework, but to validate the framework, what case studies do you have in mind, and where do you can continue to validate the framework and continue the research?
Thank you. That's a relevant point. I think that for validate this framework, I have to collect data on real case studies that in the Italian territory. So buildings that have to that are going to transform it into community health facilities within the National Recovery and Resilience Plan.
Thank you. I hope we'll see with you the evolution of this proposal. Thank you. We can continue with the following presentation.
Thank you.
So I have to check if those who were at home can speak now. Joe Marquez.
Can you listen to me?
Perfect. Okay. Can you continue with the presentation?
Yeah, sorry, I had some constraints about the university, but I tried to find a way to work on this. So let me see. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah. But you're not looking. Okay. Are you looking? Are you
yes.
See my full screen?
Yeah, we can see your screen.
So thank you very much. So good afternoon. My name is João Marques from the University of Aveiro, and I present the work on demographic and territorial innovation. So the idea is to show how composite indicators can help to identify the vulnerability of low density territories. And the idea is to give some support to define target strategies to address this demographic decline. Just to before presenting the outline of my presentation, I'd like to frame this piece of research. So this work was developed in the context of Science for Policy initiative promoted by PANAP. PANAP is a central agency that helps the government to give some guidelines about planning and public policy evaluation. So the idea here, or the value of this work, is not in the perspective of scientific work, but instead is to build or try to transform evidences into direct support for public decision making. So in this case, the idea is to define better strategies for low territory densities to face demographic decline. So my presentation is organized in three main parts, as you can see. First part, I'll briefly introduce the problem, the background, and the main objective of this work. Then I'll move to the methodological approach, which is divided into main steps. And in each, because I have a general methodology, then I have a specific, two specific methodologies. And to better understand the kind of approach we follow, I'll present some results. And finally, I'll close my presentation with some recommendations and conclusions. So I will start with the main problem that motivates the study. For those who are not familiar with the Portuguese context, so as you can see in the map in your left-hand side, it seems that Portugal is located in the center of the world, but it's not. Portugal is a peripheral country in the European context. And in this context, the low-density territories are also peripheral in context of the country. Mostly is located in the inland areas, away for the more dynamic urban coastline, where 80% of population is living now. So these territories are particularly exposed to demographic decline, aging, and population loss. So the key challenge here is to better understand this territorial diversity and design a more targeted responses. To highlight the magnitude of the problem, this slide shows important messages. So over the last, let's say, century, the population of Portugal increased significantly, but this growth was not balanced. The dash, as you can see, the dash orange line shows the growing concentration of population in coastal area. By contrast, the dash blue line shows the decline share of the inland territories, which now concentrate only 20% of the population. This decline is mainly linked. There are several reasons to justify this decline, but are mainly linked with migration to the coast, migration of the younger people abroad, and more recently, the low fertility rate. So just to say that demographic vulnerability is not a recent or isolated issue, it's a long-term structural process. Reinforcing the message that demographic decline is not a recent phenomena, we can see the main inland, the main inland municipalities, their population peak was several decades ago. So the left map show when each municipality reached its most recent population peak, and in the map in the right shows where the largest population losses occur. So the key message here is simple. This is the long-term and cumulative process, not a recent graphic fluctuation. Building on this long perspective, we can also we analyze if the municipalities follow similar or different demographic trajectories, and we use the time series clustering using data from 1940 to 2020, and we identified population evolution profiles. The key findings here is clear. Even in the low density territories, we can see that there is an overlap between the areas that were defined by law, because the low density territories were defined by law, and is related with this kind of trajectories that those municipalities had. So low density territories are not only less populated today, but they share long-term demographic decline trajectories. So the main objective of this work is to support evidences, definition of differentiated territories to address demographic decline, and the idea is to move beyond one-size-fits-all policies. So try to distinguish these territories according to main dimensions, the social vulnerability and the territorial attractiveness, or if you want, the potential that those territories have. So, in our opinion, this helps to define a more realistic and targeted policy responses. To translate this objective into a more operational approach, these figures show the methodology, and it's organized into main steps. The first step is to identify or to make a territorial assessment based on a combination of demographic vulnerability and territorial attractiveness. This approach allows us to identify different territorial typologies, distinguishing territories which higher potential from those which has a higher risk. And the second step is to assess the policy measures, looking at their expected impacts on each type of territories. So the final goal is to move from a diagnosis to a more strategic orientation and policy priorities. Focusing on the first part of the methodology, so it's possible to see this figure how the composite indicators were constructed. So it combines, you can see a demographic vulnerability index, which captures population decline, aging, fertility, and migration dynamics. And the second index is the territorial attractiveness, which combines housing condition, economic dynamics, and access to essential services. So the purpose here is quite simple, is to understand not only where demographic vulnerability is higher, but also where territories still have capacity to retain or attract people and activities. After building these two composite indicators, the next step is to cross them into these analytical metrics. These metrics combine the demographic indicator and on the horizontal axis, and the territorial attractiveness, which is our vertical axis. And this creates four different territorial profiles. Some territories have high vulnerability but low attractiveness, so these are the most critical cases. Other also face demographic vulnerability, but still have higher attractiveness, meaning that they may have stronger potential. So the metrics helps to move from indicators to territorial typologies. This is how each quadrant is defined, and based on this four profile, it's possible to identify what kind of policies or what policies ambition makes sense in each context. After identifying our four analytical profiles, it's clear when I present the second part of the methodology, we simplify these four profiles into two broader territorial types. The type 1 includes territories which higher attractiveness, but have a great recovery potential, and the type 2 territories include territories with lower attractiveness and great structural fragility. So this makes sense. This makes the framework easier to use in the policy design, as you can see in the next slides. So this slide showed the special solution of the two main dimensions. I will not go in detail on this, but it's quite clear that the demographic vulnerability and territorial attractiveness does not allow us to follow the same strategies to recover or to reverse these territories. So this means that some vulnerable territories may still have some potential to recover, while others are in more critical situation. This is the map. In this map, we can see how these profiles are distributed across low density territories. And it's possible to see that the most critical territories are represented in red. They combine high demographic vulnerability and low territorial attractiveness. Again, the main message is even with the low density territories, we must assume different policies to respond to the needs of the different municipalities. So based on these four analytical profiles, we then consolidate the results into territorial types, which will be used to the next step of the analysis. I think it's in this picture it's clear which is the idea of these two types of territories. So for those who are familiar with the scenario analysis, we try to analyze the impact of different measures in each of these type of territories, and the idea is to classify which measures are more robust when they are relevant for both type of territories, when they are contingent, when the relevance depends on the territorial context, and those measures that are not important when the expected impact is limited. So in this step, we we invite 25 stakeholders, and the idea was to, so they represent different different sensibilities, and the idea was to assess 26 policy measures covering housing, employment, economic dynamics, services, facilities, and we also include horizontal measures which are not specific to any of these sectors. As I said before, the idea is to classify these measures according to their expected relevance. The stakeholders were organized into five groups of 5 participants, and each group was invited to assess the different measures. So this is the layout of the platform we use, but the most important message here is that we try to understand how different measures can have impact on these two types of territories. And we also assess the time needed to produce effects, and also the main target groups. To have an idea, so it's not important to invest in this context, but the measures cover different sectors, and the point is that not all measures are equally relevant everywhere. So the next step is to understand which measures are more suitable to different type of contexts. This graph here compares the expected impacts on each measure in context of territory type 1 and territory type 2. As you can see in the upper right area are the most robust measures because they are relevant in both type of territories. Measures closer to one side are more context dependent, and in your bottom left area, your bottom in the left hand side in the bottom, we have lower expected impact, and are those measures that should be considered as less strategic. This figure summarizes the measures according their expected effectiveness. In the center, we have the robust measures, so those which are considered relevant in both territory types. This includes, just to give you an idea, vacant housing rehabilitation, affordable renting programs, in incentives for firms, vocational training, and mobility, health, or social support services. So around them we have context-dependent measures, and finally in the outer area we show the measures that are not important because they have lower expected impacts in both kind of territories. So the main message here is that policy should be selected not only by topic, by theme, by sector, but also by expected effectiveness in each territorial scenario. Based on these results, so I'm quite finishing. Based on these results, we can translate the analysis into main policy recommendations. So the first idea is that policies should be started from a set of robust measures. Second, the strategies should be differentiated according type of territories. In context of type 1 territories, the priorities is to use existing potentials to attract and retain population and activities. And in the territory type 2, the first priority is to ensure that the people that are living there have a nice quality of life. Finally, policies should also be adapted to different target groups, such as in young families, remote workers, and returners or retired people. To conclude, I'd like to highlight four main messages in this case. The first message is that the population in low density territories is structural and is cumulative. So generic policies are unlikely to be enough. Second, the idea of homogeneous territory in the context of inland part of the country is misleading. Territories have different conditions, risks, and potentials. You have to look for these idiosyncrasies. Third, the key policies questions is not only which measures should be applied, but also what level of ambition is realistic in each territory. And finally, a more methodological conclusion is that this demographic index and this structural competitiveness index helps to move from a territorial diagnosis to a more differentiated, realistic policy portfolios. All of these results are presented in a dashboard. So for those who are interested on looking these in details, there is a dashboard in which all of these outcomes were organized and presented. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm available for comments and questions.
Thank you, Joao. Thank you for your presentation. I don't know if there is any question here for the presentation of Joao. Yes.
A real short one. Joao, you have mentioned 10 or 11 different patterns for the time series of the population, right? Can you just show some of those time series patterns?
Yeah, I think I need to share again, but of course I try to show the general detail. But as you can see, I don't know if it is possible to. So in fact, we define three main criteria. One is the shape of the curve. The level in which the curve is in the place of this time series, and the third criteria was the slopes, the negative decline. So in this, based on these three criteria, we're trying to define these 9 different trends. The continuous growth, acceleration growth, but saturation, early continuous decline with a recovery. So we have different ideas in which how these 10 categories were defined. I don't know if it was clear.
I was curious for the real shape of the time series. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, because we are a little bit late with the schedule, so if you don't care, if there is no other question, we can move to the following presentation. So, thank you, Joao Marquez.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we can move now to the next presentation that is going to be done by David Coimesa. I think you can hear now.
Yes, I can hear.
Perfect. Please.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you share with us the presentation?
I'm going to put my presentation. Can you see the presentation?
Not yet. It's like charging. It's just the logo of ICCSA, but there is no presentation now.
Okay. I'm going to put again.
You have three connections.
And now?
No, we cannot see your presentation.
Sorry, again, it happens with me. It happened with me, and the problem is about the firewall that I had in my computer. I had to make a hotspot in my mobile phone to solve the problem. I don't know if it is the case.
Ah, yeah, on the mobile. Let me see. On the mobile, okay. Excuse me, but I don't know what happened with the.
So then, after you, we have Giuseppe Cerulo. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay, because after David Coy, you will continue with the presentation, and the last one is going to be done by Amir Mohammad Gabimi. Yes, but we talked before. Okay, thank you. David, can you solve, because otherwise we can move with Giuseppe and we can connect with you later.
Okay, bye. Okay, okay.
Okay, Giuseppe, can you continue with the presentation?
Okay, thank you.
Can you share the screen?
Yes. Can you see the screen? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Giuseppe Cerullo, a PhD student at Sapienza University of Rome. This work is in collaboration with Professor Francesco Sica, Francesco Tajani, and Maria Rosaria Guarini. The title of the presentation is Assessing the Existence Value of Cultural Heritage, the Economic Evaluation of the Scuola Grande di San Giovanni Evangelista in Venice. The general topic of this research is the economic evaluation of cultural heritage. More specifically, the work focuses on a particular component of value, which is not always easy to measure, its existence value. The presentation is divided in 4 main parts. The first part introduces the aim and the main research questions, starting from the reason why existing value is important in heritage appraisal. The second part presents the theoretical framework based on the concept of total economic value and on the distinction between use and non-use values. The third part is dedicated to the case study, the Scuola Grande of San Giovanni Evangelista in Venice, and the last part presents the main results and conclusion. The starting point of the research is that cultural heritage evaluation often focuses on what is easier to measure. For example, it is possible to estimate the market value of a building or the income that can generate through specific uses. However, cultural heritage also produces other benefits which are not directly connected to use or to market exchange. This is the case of the existence value. The aim of this research is to propose an integrated evaluation framework for assessing, or more precisely approximating the existence value of cultural heritage. The approach combines traditional market value, special and domain-based proxy evidence. So the main goal is not to replace traditional evaluation method, but to integrate them with other indicators in order to make non-use value more visible within the evaluation process. The theoretical base of the research is the concept of total economic value. This framework is useful because it shows that the value of a cultural heritage is not only linked to direct use. However, direct use value is an important type of value, and it is the easiest to understand. For example, people visit a cultural site, attend an event, or use the space for cultural activity. There is also an indirect use value. These refer to the effect that the asset can generate around it, such as urban attractiveness, cultural tourism, and the benefit for the surrounding context. Then there are values that are less immediate. Option value is connected to using or enjoying the asset in the future. Biscuit value is connected to the idea of preserving the asset for future generation. and existence value is even more specific. It doesn't not depend on direct use, and it doesn't not require that a person visit the asset. It depends on the simple awareness that the cultural good continues to exist. The main problem is that the existence value is very important from a theoretical point of view, but it is difficult to measure in practice. This happens because it is not directly connected to a market transition or to a direct use. To deal with this problem, the research proposed a hybrid valuation protocol. The idea is to combine two different perspectives. The first perspective is closer to private investment logic. In this case, the attention is on the economic performance of the asset. The analysis considers market value, possible income, and traditional appraisal methods such as direct comparison and income capitalization. This part is useful because it tells us what the asset can represent within the real estate market and what kind of financial potential it can have. The second perspective is more public and cultural. Here, the asset is not considered only as a source of income, but as part of a wider cultural system. This second scenario is connected to the idea of a diffused museum where accessibility, cultural interaction, and the relationship with the urban system became a central element. In this case, the relevant aspects are accessibility, relationship with the city, and the possible cultural domain. This new perspective should not be seen as alternative; they are complementary. The bridge between these two sides is represented by proxy indicators. Since non-use value are not directly observable, spatial partner, accessibility, urban centrality, and domain-based evidence can help to approximate them and make them more visible. However, this indicator do not provide a direct monitoring measurement of existing value. The case study is the Scuola Grande di San Giovanni Evangelista in Venice. This asset is particularly suitable for this type of analysis because it is a strange historical and architectural identity. The research underlines two main objectives for this asset. The first one is conservation, is in preserving the architectural quality and the historical surface of the building. The second one is valorization. This means improving public accessibility and increasing the cultural use of the asset. This balance is important. On one side, the building must remain economically sustainable. On the other side, its historical and scientific value must not be reduced to a simple market value. At this point, the analysis moves from the single asset to the urban context. This step is important because the value of a heritage building doesn't depend only its physical characteristic. It also depends on where it is located, how it is connected, and how it interacts with the city. The research considers partial information related to Venice, including the distribution of the public and private property and the representation of important urban and cultural functions. This data helps to understand the position of the Scuola Grande within the wider cultural system. In this perspective, accessibility became important because it showed the relationship between the asset and the city. Tourism pressure is also relevant because the asset is located in a context where cultural demand and the visitor flow strongly influence urban dynamics. Centrality helps to understand the proximity to other cultural attractors. Finally, demand is considered as a possible expression of cultural interest and a potential public engagement. This indicator, shown right side on the slide, don't provide a direct monetary estimate of existing value. However, they help to interpret it indirectly and how collective appreciation may emerge from this relationship. The results can be read through the same indicative logic. First, the market-based analysis provides a baseline. The asset is evaluated by considering its physical, and locational characteristics. This gives an estimate of its exchange value with the Venice real estate context. Second, the income-based perspective show that the asset can also have an economic potential, especially in relation to adaptive use, cultural events, and temporary activities. These two elements are important because they show that the asset is a measurable economic dimension. However, the research suggests that this dimension is not enough. the broader value of the case study is connected to its cultural rule, its symbolic meaning, and the relationship with the city. This is where existence value became relevant. The difference between visible economic return and wider social and cultural significance suggests the presence of non-use component that should be considered in the evaluation. For this reason, existence value is not seen as something directly measurable by the market. It is interpreted as a latent and non-use component of value. In this sense, the framework helps to connect the real estate dimension with the cultural and social dimension of the asset. To conclude, the research shows that the economic evaluation of cultural heritage shall not stop at market value. Market appraisal is necessary because it gives a clear and operational baseline. However, it cannot fully explain the value of a cultural asset. Existing value allows to include another dimension, the value connected to the entity, memory, symbolic continuity, and the collective appraisal. The main contribution of the research is the proposal an integrated framework where traditional appraisal methods are combined with spatial analysis and demand-based proxy indicator. For future research, the framework can be improved with a more explicit quantity model, such as a hedonic price, econometric analysis, and contingent valuation. And it would also be useful to test the approach to other cultural assets in different urban contexts. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. I don't know if there is any question here. Any question?
Okay. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Giuseppe. Thank you for your very interesting presentation. I have a question about the future perspective because you told that you want, for example, implement some hedonic pricing approach or contingent evaluation. I want to know about your opinion, and according to the case study, what is the best approach? Because the data used in the approaches that you mentioned are different, right? What do you think about this? It is best to use hedonic price or contingent evaluation?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I don't listen because the sound is not clear, but I try the question, and thank you for the question. In my opinion, I think the best approach is actually to combine two methods because they capture different dimensions of value. Economic price is useful for estimating the contribution of the heritage characteristic through the market data, while contingent valuation is more appropriate for measuring non-use value, such as extensive value. In the case study of the Scuola Grande, where existing value is central, contingent valuation would probably be the most suitable method, while hedonic price could provide a complementary market-based perspective. I don't know, is my opinion.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Giuseppe. There is any other question? Okay, thank you, Giuseppe. We are going to move on to the next presentation. We are going to try if David Coy has solved the issue with the presentation. We cannot see now.
Hi.
We are still blind.
You can see the presentation, my presentation?
No, it's still black.
Because I shared. I'm going to share with the mobile.
David, please send the presentation here so we can try to move the presentation with your presentation. We can move to the next presentation and you can send here the presentation to prepare for it.
Send my presentation to your email or what?
Can you write the email there?
To your email, the presentation.
Can you upload the presentation into the chat?
Okay.
Just try to be otherwise.
Into chat, let me see.
Otherwise,
no, I don't have the permissions because of a chat.
Okay. Michael Gonzalez is writing to you. So please write an email to Michael. So he will be able to upload the presentation. We are going to start with the following presentation, and we'll come back to you again after the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. I will send. Thank you.
So, thank you, David. We will follow later. Now we are going to have the presentation of Amir Mohammad Gabini. Yes, please. This is more problematic. Now.
Hello everyone, I'm very happy to have this opportunity to share the results of our research at this conference. The title of my presentation is Computational Assessment of Greenness, Objective versus Perceived Greenness in Urban Green Spaces. In this presentation, I will go through these topics. First, situating this study, then methodology, then I will share the preliminary findings with you, and finally the conclusion. Before I delve into the main content of the presentation, I would like to introduce ourselves and explain why we are doing this research. Professor Pesh and I are working in a project so-called 4N, which it has a focus, which focuses on the sustainability of northwest of Germany. Therefore, we have done some strands of research related to sustainability, and more specifically, we have a focus and emphasis on public green spaces. Why public green spaces, and why this topic is so important that we decided to select it as our main focus. In fact, public green spaces are increasingly recognized as to be very much relevant to different aspects of sustainability, including health, well-being, to social, ecological, and even economical aspects of sustainability. More precisely, the Sustainability Development Goal number 11, Target 7, which calls for universal access to safe, inclusive, and accessible green public spaces. The research that I'm presenting today is the third phase of strand of research. In the first phase, we tried to develop a framework to evaluate public green spaces based on recreational, with emphasis on recreational values for both urban and rural areas. This was a systematic review complemented by a content analysis, in which we finally could extract or recognize 14 unique qualities or core qualities for public green spaces for evaluating public green spaces. And also we clarified the interrelationships between these 14 unique qualities. In the second phase, we tried to assign each of these public green spaces to residential areas by using and introducing a new definition for capacity, enhanced capacity, instead of the traditional notion of capacity, which is simply the area of the green space and accessibility and the per capita of the green space in that region. our enhanced capacity was based on evaluating each public green spaces based on these 14 qualities, having this knowledge in mind that not all green spaces have the same potential to serve citizens. And this third and current phase of the research is, in this phase, we're trying to develop multiple GIS tools, computational GIS tools, to measure and evaluate each of these 14 unique qualities. And as the first one, the greenness, which now I'm sharing with you the preliminary primary outcome. Let's walk you through how we did this calculation and what was the methodology. First, we considered a 5-kilometer accessibility buffer around the organizational and formal borders of the city of Oldenburg, which is our study area. As a result, 1,342 public green spaces were recognized based on the ATKIS data source. ATKIS data source is the most formal and valid source for land cover in Germany. And we also did some more preparation on the polygons, such as deleting some whole polygons, which are water bodies and other recognized land covers based on comparison with other data sources. And we started to calculate the greenness, objective greenness, with using the Copernicus Sentinel-2, which is spectral imagery from the Copernicus data space ecosystem, and which has a 10-meter pixel resolution of infrared and red. And we extracted NDVI. For those of you who maybe are not familiar with this abbreviation, NDVI stands for Normalized Difference Vegetation Index. We could also calculate it by ourselves, but when we tested, because we are seeking for the most optimized tool, so we decided to, we concluded that using the NDVI from this source is accurate enough and can fulfill our requirement. And image selection was, the methodology for image selection was that we implemented a filter of those images with at least, with less than 10% cloud coverage, and the NDVI was calculated based on this formula. And for for extraction of this data, we used the Copernicus API, and for cross-checking, we cross-checked this filter of 10% cloud coverage with the cloud-free days of Oldenburg extracted from LGLN, which shows the cloud-free days of Oldenburg, and to make sure of the accuracy of this step. And so we calculated the average greenness, final objective greenness, so that first we calculated the mean DVI for each polygon, and then we averaged the all mean average based on the month, each month in the full 2 years of 2024 and 2025, and that was finally the objective NDVI after this selection and after finalizing the polygons. And all NDVI processing steps were automated in Python, and all visualization and mappings were done in QGIS software. From other hand, we needed to have the data, the perceived greenness by citizen. For this purpose, we used a survey of an online survey, including 60 well-known around public green spaces of the Oldenburg, and participants had the possibility to select and add some public green spaces which are not listed and but they visit most often. and rank the greenness of them by some items from in a Likert scale from 0 to 7. And finally, we do a step first, averaging all answered items by each participant. For each public green space, we calculated the perceived publicness of that specific participant for that specific public green space, and then we average all of the values from step 1 to calculate the final perceived greenness for each polygon. You see in this map the final 24 public green spaces ranked by the frequency of mention. We also implemented a filter of at least 2 ranking. At first, this was more ideal to select at least 5 or 3, but unfortunately, you know the difficulties of doing a survey, and at the time of this pilot survey, only 109 people are participated, and therefore the number of participating public universities would decrease to 15, which was very few for inferential statistics. Therefore, we selected at least 2. If we wanted to select all public universities mentioned, it would be much more. But so we filtered them, and finally we have, unfortunately, only 24 public unit spaces. For comparing these 2 data sets to see if there is any association between these 2, and if we could measure the perceived greenness by objective greenness, we selected to use the Kendall's tau B, because as a main primary statistical test, since we had a non-normal distribution, and also as is normal for Likert type of discrete data, we had some ties, and Kendall's tau B address specifically and explicitly is ties variable. And also we selected the Spearman's row as the secondary correlation test to cross-check the results. And so obviously both data sets failed the normality test, and also for the Kendall's tau we used the bootstrap test to check the result, and that also approved the result, which I will share with you. And all these statistics were done in software in R. In these 2 maps, side by side, you can see those 24 public green spaces ranked once by perceived greenness, and the other time by objective greenness, and even visually you can see that the association is not significant. But more specifically in the statistical table, we can see that neither Spearman nor Kendall show any significant correlation, although this correlation is positive but is not significant. And also the scatter plot shows no visual pattern. As a conclusion, this pilot compared only a limited set of green spaces, and limited participants were selected, although the correlation were positive, but no significant correlation was detected. And this was somehow predictable from the beginning, but our focus in this project is to optimize the tool and avoid as much as we can to add some unnecessary data sources, because they can be problematic most of the time for some regions. Some of them are not fully available, and so on. And therefore, and obviously, perceived greenness can be related to, let's say, street view or personal perspective. I mean, the green space and not from satellite image. This was predictable, but we could check this, and this is still one phase of this research, and it's continued. And in future, we have this on table to do to classify the green spaces and check this correlation for each class, and also maybe we hope that more participants can reveal more precise results, and also maybe classifying participants like strata and stratified sampling can help. And in the next step, we will continue with other data sources like Flickr and other data that are available, mapillary.com, that they have some online, they have integrated image detections, and but we prefer to design a tool as much as possible, optimized with less data needed. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation, Amir. Do you have any question for Amir?
Yeah, just as far as I understood, you use two data sources for assess this greenness, right?
But data source only we use the satellite images
only
as a
satellite.
source. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I was thinking if you could be interested in using, for instance, photos from public sources like Mapillary.
You already mentioned that could be another perspective, like so-called street view, and then we need theoretically photo image detection methods, and that would add some considerable complexity to the method. We will not avoid that, but we want to, as much as possible, keep it simple to make a tool that can be transferable to other areas to be used in practice. And those data sets are in real world very limited. For example, to the main streets, and we are talking about the in-depth green spaces inside the parks, let's say, or jungle parks. We do not have enough information enough, let's say, enriched data set in mapillary.com, for example.
Okay, thank you.
That's the problem.
There's one more question, because I was hearing you, and as you have the difference between the satellite images and the results of the people, of the responses, it was you have analyzed the characteristics that value the citizens. Why do you have these differences, and what are those characteristics that makes them feel greener, a green space that is not that green as the one you have selected as the main with the satellite?
Yeah, so there are many different items, let's say, playing a role in this. First of all, we have a focus of citizen science in our project. We want to value perception more than conceptual, computational values of in any field of urban planning is already being done and used. But what is missing is the valid and reliable connection with citizen perception. This is from one point of view, and the second thing is that in our maybe I can go back to the positioning the study and show you again. So in the first phase of our research, we tried to show these interrelationships between, in the first published paper, to show the interrelationships between these 14 qualities. For example, in that research, we showed that greenness, how is relevant to aesthetic and water body and biodiversity. And one thing that we are trying is that not to confuse them, because now we know how they have overlap. But we are aware that people's perception are affected by these things. As soon as there is a biodiversity, they perceive it more green while it's not. And this is a task for us to distinguish and finally give up, as a result, give in hand reliable, transferable methods. Thank you.
Thank you. So we can move to the last presentation. David, do you hear us?
Yes, I hear.
And we have the presentation, so we can we are connecting now the presentation.
Okay.
1 second.
Okay, thank you.
Can you see the
screen?
The screen, yes.
I see a screen, but white screen. Very white screen. White. Yeah.
Okay, can you see? Yes, please. Can you see the presentation?
I see urban generation and real estate transformation. It's the other one. It's the regulatory divergence and operational market. No, it's not.
No,
I sent.
Is that one?
Yes, is that one.
Yes. No. The regulatory divergence and operational market structure.
That one is perfect.
Yes. Here you go.
Please.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Yes?
Please follow. Yeah, you can start.
Start now? Oh, wait.
You can start.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, today I will present our paper entitled Regulatory Divergence and Operational Market Structure in Short-Term Rentals, a comparative analysis of Rome and Vienna. The background, the study examines, identify how different regulatory regimes are reflected in the operational structure of short-term rental markets, using two cities, Rome and Vienna, as two contrasting. Next one, the next slide, please. The starting point of this research is the rapid expansion of the short-term rentals through digital platforms. These platforms have become central actors of urban tourist accommodation because they allow residential dwellings to be offered for short-term rentals stays at large scale. The transformation goes beyond tourism. Urban housing is increasing the value not only as a place to live, but only as an income for the people as investment asset. This process is linked to the platform capitalism, where host professionalization and income concentration become increasingly relevant. As a result, short-term rentals are now connected to broader urban debates, including housing affordability, touristification, gentrification, and others. The background of this research is that the short-term rentals are actively reshaping the urban housing markets and creating a new demands for regulation. But okay, the motivation of this study comes from the fact that the European cities have not responded the short-term rental at the same way. Instead, they have adopted markedly different regulatory strategies. In our case, Rome and Vienna are particularly useful comparative cases because they represent contrasting institutional responses. Rome is more flexible, as you can see in the screen, only registration-based, residential tourist permeability. On the other hand, Vienna is very restricted, land use-based, and they have a 90-day annual limit in residential areas. So, for that reason, but with this contrast, we decide to analyze two different cities. The regulatory cities difference are reflected as well in the operational structure and the market as well. Next one, please. The literature initially framed short-term rentals as a part of the sharing economy. On this perspective, digital platforms allow to individuals to offer under-use housing assets for short-term accommodation, creating new forms to peer-to-peer chains. Recent studies show us that these markets have moved beyond the original sharing economy logic of the initial business model of sharing economy. Now, short-term rental markets are increasingly professionalized, more professionalized than before, and income is often concentrated among a smaller number of hosts. The literature also connects the short-term rentals expansion with broader urban effects, like I said before, densification, gentrification, pressure on long-term rental supply. In response of these demands, many cities, each cities have introduced different regulatory measures to balance the tourist activity. So, next one. Next slide, please. Although a previous research that we made has already the effects of short-term rentals or urban housing markets, including the prices. Next one, please. Here, thank you. In research gap. Okay, including prices, affordability, touristification, and broader process of urban change. That we identify the gap, how regulatory regimes translate into operational markets, because you can see on the normatives, on papers, on documents, but we need to see on the structure of the market, and that's our paper compares two cities using many techniques, especially in this case, logistic regression, in order to identify the structural differentiation of the typological and regulatory of each city. Next one, please. Concluding on this, the objective of the study is to determine whether the regulatory, next one please, whether the regulatory contrast between both cities is reflected in the rental market and the structural configuration of housing supply. From this, we propose two hypotheses. The hypothesis one, in Vienna, housing physical and typological attributes have greater discriminatory power due to scripted regulation. Okay, next one, the methodology, data and variables. The variables, the data that you use is open data from inside Airbnb. And as I said before, we select Rome and Vienna. The final observation after cleaning, after identifying atypic data, was 126,621 of data. And then we collect three different periods: March 2025, June, and September at the same way. And then we convert these periods into the seasonal moments of the year: low season, high season, at the end of the season. This is the methodology, the framework of our methodology, the data processing, then the predictive model using logistic regression, and then evaluate the model that we propose with the accuracy, precision, confusion matrix. That is the method that we choose. Next one, please. The results. Our first results Okay, thank you. Here, it concerns to the general performance of the logister regression model. The test includes around 25,000 observations, and the model achieves a curve AUC rock of 0.8030 with overall accuracy of around 70%. This is an important result because our AUC curve above uh, 0.8 indicates that the model is solid discriminatory power. I mean, even with the linear model, the characteristics of the listings contain many informations to distinguish, differentiate the short-term rental markets of two different cities. However, the class level metrics provide more detailed interpretations. For example, for Rome, the model reached a high precision around 90%. This means that when the model predicts a listing as Roman, it is usually correct. But the recall, the wrong is lower, around 70%, indicating that some Roman listings are classified as Viennese. On the other hand, in Vienna, it's different. The pattern is different. Why? Because the recall is higher, say 76%, meaning that the model identified a large share of Viennese listings. And the precision, on the other hand, is lower, that around 44%, which suggests that some listings predicted as Vienna actually correspond to the other case, I mean, Rome. The main interpretation is that Rome and Vienna are structurally distinguishable, but not perfectly separable. They have similar things that they share. This asymmetry is useful because it suggests the existence of market overlap and possible segments with similar operational characteristics. Next one, please. Okay. Here in this screen, we have the confusion matrix that provides more detailed information that the interpretation is that the model, the classification zeros, and we can see the model identify correct in Rome around 13,000 Rome listings, and Vienna around 4,000 around. However, the errors are informative. In the case of Rome, around 600 listings are classified wrong as Vienna. This represents around 30% of the Rome class. This suggests that the part of Roma market shares similar conditions or characteristics of Rome, especially in terms of accommodation, typology, or operational structure. On the other hand, for Vienna, around 1,500 listings are classified wrong as wrong, representing around 33% of Viennese listings. This result is especially relevant because it may indicate the presence of professional Viennese subsegments, very professionals, very few professionals that operate in the way similar than Rome. So they reveal a market overlap and suggest that Vienna may contain a dual structure. Next one, please. Okay, in this screen, we have I think the strongest empirical finding of the model that we propose is because the accommodation typology is clearest differentiating factor in each city. We have the red bars is corresponding to Vienna, and the blue bars corresponding to Rome, that is the negative points. So the figure shows that the standardized logistic regression coefficients, positives, Vienna, and negative terms, and therefore we have the main variables that order the importance. On Vienna, for example, we have several categories related to more formal regulated accommodation types, such as pensions, hotels, boutique hotels, and service apartments. This is consistent with Vienna because it's much more restrictive compared to Rome. And in the other case, on the Roma side, the strongest negative coefficients are associated with categories such as vacation homes, bed and breakfast, private rooms, and other accommodation types. This reflects that the market in Roma is very flexible, is heterogeneity, where the boundary between residential and tourist issues is more permeable. The interpretation is that the regulation here in Vienna becomes visible in the composition of the market, because the accommodation of typology is not only descriptive variable. For this model, it operates like an empiric footprint of the regulatory divergence, because are very different the markets. Next one, please. Okay, thank you. The discussion of the results is that the first, Rome and Vienna are structurally distinguishable of short-term rentals. You can differentiate the both markets. The technique that we use, that is a regulation model, shows that the characteristics of the listings, the main listings of each market, and separate both cities well, Vienna and Roma. And second, as other relevant mechanisms is of differentiation is the accommodation typology, because it's the main factor, the main character in both cities. The accommodation typology is representative in both cities. This means that regulation is not only reflected in the documents, in the normatives and policies, is actual part of the composition of the market, and the data reflect that in each city. And third, the Vienna shows a clear separation between the residential and commercial and tourist use, because it's consistent the results that the Roma, you can see more commercial tourist use, and Vienna is different, more enfocated to the residential. This is consistent because it's more restrictive. Vienna is more restrictive for the laws that I saw before, and in Roma, who I say is more flexible. So the apportation or the contribution of this paper to literature is that the evidence of the regulatory divergence in Europa and European short-term rental markets are different depending or relating with the city. So next one, please. As a limitations that we identify is the model, the regulation, the logistic regression, it works better with linear data, but we have some dimensions that is more non-linear configuration, as a spatial concentration, hot scale, and availability results may operate with non-linear relationships. For that, for us, we identify as a limitation of the technique that you used. And second, we think that the inclusion of the all variables that the data we have will be much more better if we will include the other variables that we don't have, like host reputation or professionalization. May interesting, it has this variable because it's important, the professional host or the reputation listings, in order to classify much better with the model. Okay, the last one, please, for closing. as a main conclusion is that the Rome and Vienna show a structurally distinguishable short-term rental market configuration. As I said before, the accommodation typology is the strongest differentiation character or factor in the model that we propose, and the regulatory frameworks is different depending on the city, and that makes the difference of the configuration of the markets. And the logistic regulations allow to us confirm the main hypothesis, but the problem of the logistic regression that is focus on linear models, the parameters or the variables that is more for non-linear models, we need to capture with other techniques. This is a future research, identify other techniques for a study or analyze the non-linear models, non-linear parameters, and make a differentiation as well as a future research, comparing before the law of each city, and then they put the new regulatory for the make the differentiation before and after the regulation. Thank you very much. This is it.
Thank you. Do you have any question? Yes, just one question here, because for me it's important with this topic, the difference between the host and the manager of the host, because when you use inside the Airbnb, you have the one, the name, and the one who manages the property, but you don't have the person who is the owner of the house. So
yeah.
You are using the manager, not the owner.
Yes, yes. We work. We work only with the data what the inside Airbnb share, that this is the manager. We don't have information special with the owner because it's confidential information that we don't have.
Yes, I think it's a very important point on any conclusion you may have, because at the end it will modify the structure and the position, because at the end the one who publishes an advertising or anything is not an owner; it's someone who will have a share of the income. So I think it's important on any results you will have in field.
Yeah, I agree to having these other variables more focused on the owners. I think that the model we will performance better. I agree. But the problem is the access to the data, because it's limited. It's limited information that we can get on Airbnb, inside Airbnb. But I agree with that.
Okay, thank you, David.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to ask, in your study, would you consider to contemplate adding the factor of the age of the construction to not only think about the regulation, or also to make maybe like to discover the factor at the time that is most critical, or the how long these regulatory frameworks are going to be more needed.
More?
Like, que se necesiten más, o sea, cuál es el tiempo. O sea, cuando se consideran el tiempo de las, o sea, la edad de las construcciones.
Sí. Excuse me, David, I don't know if you have here the question. When you consider the age of the construction, when the building was built, you have considered it in the analysis, or you don't have?
No. But it will be very interesting, that point, because as you know, the European cities are very older, have many different, but we don't have this variable in our analysis, because the analysis that we have on inside Airbnb, if you go to the methodology is as a predictor that you only use accommodates, availability, house listings, yearly reviews, distance to city center, and price, log price. But the year of construction or the listing or the construction of the apartment or the house, no, we don't have that information, but it will be very important because maybe affect or impact the performance of the model. But this would be interesting at that point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, David.
Thank you.
That's all.
That's all. Thank you for your presentation. So we are closing the session. I think we have many different points of view of the same topic, that urban real estate, politics, all the topics we are linked with. So I hope you have enjoyed. We have shared interesting positions, and we can continue talking about this
later. And compliments for your effort to bring David inside. And congratulations to David to not quit. And we try everything we can to do things. I enjoyed it. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.